Hello. Is everyone? I'm lost the ability to speak. How is everyone doing today? I was like, words are not coming. Like, what just happened? I just malfunctioned, but it's fine. How is everyone doing today? What are you reading? Let us know in the comments. Say hi as you're popping in. Neva is here with me. Oh, mirrored. Neva is here with me. And I will get her to introduce herself. At this point, I think everyone on both our channels knows whom we are. But
I feel like they do.
But we'll do it for a little while longer, and then we'll be like Lexi and Michelle. We'll just be like, this is, the people.
You know who we are. Good morning.
You know who we are. We are friends. What you reading? Hi, Tina.
So
how are
funny.
you? How are you? What are you reading? What are you doing? We're going to be here for the afternoon, or at least it's afternoon for me. I guess it depends on where you live.
Listen, YouTube makes me laugh every time because do you remember when there was like all the issue with like YouTube sending you notifications?
Yes.
Like, people would never get notifications.
Yep.
And now every time I'm on someone else's sprints, I get the notification for the sprint.
I know.
And I'm
so
like,
funny.
I'm on the sprints.
I mean, I guess if they wouldn't have any way of knowing that, like YouTube has no way of knowing who's on it. But like,
Right.
It's still funny. It's like, haha.
Right.
Why are you notifying me of
because
that?
I'm like, 2 years ago, you never gave anybody notifications at all. Like,
Yeah.
no one would ever know there was a video.
But that's good to know that mine is sending out notifications, because apparently you have to change that in your like settings so that it notifies your subscribers when you're live. I only found this out the other day from Michelle. I know. I was shocked too. So I went in and I was like, where do you do this? And I couldn't figure it out. So I'm glad. Maybe I did figure it out. I was clicking around for a while.
Right.
As one does in the background of YouTube, in YouTube Studio, where you just start clicking things.
That's how I learn everything. I just click stuff until I figure it out.
Yeah. I am so close to 200 subscribers. I'm at 196 and I'm like, I'm just like watching it.
We're gonna get you there.
I need 4 more people, y'all.
I feel like I only hit 200 subscribers because so many people did the 24-hour sprints with me this last time.
Yep.
Which I know there were only like 2 extra people, which was Sarah and Paige. They were the only like 2.
But it's still bringing in new people that haven't necessarily been introduced to you yet.
Right. And Paige has a bigger channel than I do. I was so scared to ask her, but Krista was like, just ask her. I was like, she doesn't know who I am.
I know.
And she's like, she knows who you are. I've talked about you. And I'm like, you have, ma'am? Like, okay. And then I asked her and she was like, okay, no problem.
I hosted Vaultathon last week, or co-hosted, and Paige was one of the hosts, but we never ended up on the same sprints.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, because I was like, I want to be friends with Paige. So now I just actually have to message her.
I told her, I was like, I'm sorry that you're on here at 2 in the morning with me, like 2 in the morning my time. Like, the chaos has started. She was like, my brand is chaos, so it's fine. And it worked fine.
It's totally fine. What are you reading? What are you doing? Let the people know.
I'm reading House of Earth and Blood. I can never remember. It's the first Crescent City. Okay. I can never remember what this book is called. Every time that I would talk to Sam about that I needed to get this book because it's for my project, my secret project. I would like change the name of it. I think I've called it House of Blood and Chaos. I've called it House of Blood and Bones. Like, I never get it right. Okay. I have no idea what these books are called. But it's the first Crescent City. I'm on part 3. So I'm on I finished page 366. There's like 800 pages in this book. Okay. But my friend Jan gifted me the audio for it. So that's how I'll be.
Very nice.
I'll be immersion reading, which is what's getting me through this book. So
yeah. I feel like that's necessary with chunky books. Like, it's just like, I can't do it.
Whenever I finish this, because I was going to try to read 2 books at once, but now I'm like sucked into this one. Like, it's finally like, at a point where I'm like, actually what's happened. I will probably move on to Hidden Pictures, because this is the first book for Hallow Weekend-a-thon, which starts today.
Right? I actually have a question for everyone about that.
I was about to say tomorrow, but it today
starts tonight. It starts tonight.
Oh, this starts tonight, and so I'm probably gonna start this. But then I don't know if I'm going. But then I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna switch originally I was gonna use this for all 3 readathons.
Mm-hmm.
So I was gonna do this book for Halloween colors for all 3 readathons.
Yeah.
But because I'm gonna have to ask Crystal, because Camp Crystal Lake is points based, and I don't want to start this early. Like, I don't want to start the books early. So I think for hers, I'm gonna do this one. For hers and mine, I'm gonna do this one for the Halloween colors because it's red.
Yeah.
Start this one but I have to start something for Halloween Weekend-a-thon. So
I'm good, Tina. Thank you for asking.
I'm half awake. My coffee hasn't worked yet.
So. Neva still needs to caffeinate.
I overslept.
Stephanie, hello. Thanks for joining.
Hello, Stephanie.
What are you reading? What are you going to be doing with us this afternoon? I read an amazing, extremely emotional, deep scene. You're reading Den of Vipers, right? I think I saw that down here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She is.
Yes. I haven't read Den of Vipers, and I don't know if I want to, but the only reason is I had only heard bad things until Sarah went on and said it was good. So I don't even know. Tina, are you liking it? Let me know, because I've only heard bad things until recently, and then all of a sudden I started to hear really good things. So
just some feelers for
you.
I don't know. Because we were supposed to start this, but then we realized that we have a lot to read in October, so we're not. But Michelle, Hannah, Kaylee, and I are going to do a buddy read of Den of Viper, like a group read.
Yes.
In November, I think.
I think I was on the sprints when you all decided this.
Yeah, I mean, originally
I was with Lexi. Me and Lexi were like, no, we're not a part of this.
Technically, we were supposed to start last week, and then we were like, this is not going to work. We have so much to read in October. What are we going to do? We have a group chat about it, but I think we've pushed it to November.
I don't blame you. So speaking of Halloween though, so I'm going to finish Someone We Know today. I have 120 pages left. Like, I don't have much left. Yeah. I'll finish it. Well, no, I have more than 120 pages left. I have 150 pages left. Still, I will finish this today. I'm not concerned. I will finish this before Halloween sprints. Like, I'm going to make myself. So I can't decide what my first book should be for Halloween, so I'm going to let y'all decide for me. So you guys can pick in the comments, because I'm horrible at choosing things. Like, I'm like, anytime I can put up a poll and put it in other people's decisions.
You can do a poll.
So I don't know how to do a poll on sprints. I don't know how to do that.
Okay.
Yes, I can, but I don't know how.
Okay, I'm going to tell you how, because I figured it out.
Okay.
On Tuesday, because I needed to do a
do I have to do it from YouTube or StreamYard?
From YouTube.
Can I do it on my phone, or do I need to go to the thing?
Oh, I don't know if you can do it on your phone or not. I have no idea. But I know if you're on, like...
I'm just going to let the people comment.
Okay. I'm going to just tell you how to do it, though, in case you need to.
Okay.
Ever. So if you go, like, into the actual video on your computer... Like, you're going to watch the video. I mean, I mute it because no one wants to hear me talking twice. At the bottom where the comments section is, like where you would type a comment, there's like a little graph there. And you click that and it gives you a poll option. And if you just like go over the top, you know how like if you go over the top, it'll like pop up a little thing that'll say like, whatever, enter or whatever. It'll say poll when you go over it. But I had to figure it out on Tuesday because I was trying to figure out, obviously I'm not doing it now, but I was going to be reading 2 books at once. So I was going to read this and Amari because I thought this was going to be boring because the first 100 pages is nothing but world building.
Right.
And I was like very bored. I was very much like, this is terrible. But
yeah,
then
I think you can totally like stretch these prompts for cozy mystery and stuff. I definitely think you can if you want to participate.
you can
stretch all. I'm a big proponent of stretching things.
yeah.
And when you see my stack that I'm about to make you all choose between, one of these I have stretched because it is a book club book and I needed to make it go to some readathon somewhere.
So here,
So
I'm going to tell y'all what Michelle and Lexi said the other day on their sprints. Tuesday, I think, on their sprints. They don't want to force people to read mysteries, thrillers, or horror if that's not what you read.
right.
So a lot of them are reading horror because like Katrina and Aaron read horror anyways.
Mm-hmm. And Lexi too.
Lexi is getting into horror.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously Michelle will read thrillers. But they don't want to force people to read those because that's not really fair.
Yeah.
So as long as the prompt as long as your book fits the prompt somehow, it will work. That's kind of what Rainey and I are doing as well. I think the only two readathons that I'm in that are like super like strict about what you have to do is Camp Crystal Lake, which makes sense because it's points based.
Exactly. I think anytime that it's not a competitive readathon, you can stretch and go. It's only the competitive ones where like you have to be a little bit more like
and then rules. Black Aweenathon, like really to me anyway, the only like super strict part of Black Aweenathon is that she wants it to be Black authors, Black or BIPOC authors,
which makes sense because I feel like it would really defeat the purpose of the readathon.
But like I let somebody stretch their fire prompt on mine because there's one that it needs to have like fire on the cover or something for our readathon. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember what our prompts are. Okay, I have to look at the chart every time.
I don't know without looking at the chart.
No, it's not. But Lily
sent me so many readathons. I couldn't tell you what these are for. I just know I put them in for prompts. I'd have to go look.
Right. My friend Lily sent me a message and was like, does this fit for Black on the cover? Does this fit for fire on the cover? Like that. Yeah. And I was like, these fit. Those are fine. Like whatever. But I definitely listen. Oh, I'm also going to have to film my Gilmore Girls game today. And I'm definitely going to be stretching stuff around to be fitting these 33 books that I have on my October TBR. That video's up, by the way. It went up yesterday.
So these are the books that I have to choose from. The Haunting of Hill House. Please let me know how that is because I want to read it. It's so tiny, which means I really probably shouldn't start with this one. But I could do this one, or I could really push the Halloween prompt with Eclipse because it has vampires and werewolves in it. And if that's not Halloween, I don't know what is.
Listen, but I need to read it's got red on the cover, red for blood.
It's so many things. Right. So this is like 600 pages. So and I just read New Moon, so I'm not. But the smart choice would be to get the 600-page book done like early in the month. Smart choice, easy choice. I'll let you all choose if you want me to be smart or do the tiny book.
I love Sarah, but remembering how terrible New Moon was after I started New Moon, I can't do a reread.
But Eclipse is better than New Moon.
Yeah, but I feel like I have to read New Moon in order to truly do a reread, and I've just given up on life. Like, I'm sorry. And like the narrator is like
for both.
The audiobook is trash.
So I'll let everyone decide. The Haunting of Hill House or Eclipse.
Tina says Eclipse.
After
I vote for you because of this. I vote for Eclipse just because I know that's going to take you a minute to get through because you're not doing the audio for that, right?
I'm going to immersion read it.
Okay. I feel like you should.
I'm doing that for both though, so that should not be a decision.
I'm not going to lie. Maybe I'll skip New Moon and just go to Eclipse because I know what happens in New Moon.
Well, that's what I mean. It's not like you don't know what happens.
Like she gets abandoned. That's basically the entire book. That's all you need to know.
Oh, I'm Stephanie. I really want to read Kingdom of the Cursed so badly.
I really want to read Belladonna. So
I want to read this whole series. I actually haven't read Kingdom of the Wicked yet, but I really, really want to.
Oh, I need your people to also vote on something.
Yeah, sure.
So I have the entire because I have a very supportive boyfriend who decided to buy me 14 books on this trip. We won't even talk about how much money got spent.
Hi, Pat. All
So
sorts of
I
hi.
have the entire Grishaverse series now. If y'all watched my book haul, you'll know this, but that's basically, it starts with Shadow and Bone. So it's like 2, 4, it's like
there's like 8 books.
Well, I have
Something like
6
that.
of them because that's all that
Yeah.
Target had.
Yep.
Do y'all want to see? Should I do like a themed vlog
Yes.
of me reading the Grishaverse series for the first, or Grishaverse universe for the first time?
Yes.
It'll
I say
probably
yes.
be it'll be either in like November and you'll see it in December, or I'll do it at the beginning of December.
Yeah.
But
Fine.
I feel like I should do it.
I
Just
agree.
because it's like almost the whole series. So
Tina is liking Den of Vipers. She agrees with Sarah.
She said she thinks she's only the second person to ever cry because Sarah cried.
That could be true. I don't know. I haven't read it.
It's monster smut, I think, isn't it?
I think so.
Great.
Yay!
Yeah.
Participating.
I'm also going to be doing Hollow Weekend. Also, I just need to say that everyone that keeps sending me messages that they are participating in the Hocus Pocus readathon, I just want you to know that every time someone sends me a message saying, or they tag me in something, I literally cry because it was Rainey's idea, and I was a little like, I don't know, bro. Like, is anybody gonna do it? And everybody's like, people are participating, and it just makes me feel good. I just need to say that. New Moon was traumatizing. I'm sorry.
It's awful. I did a whole vlog of New Moon last month just because I had to get through it, and I did a weekly reading vlog, and I was like, this book is not good. And as an adult, it's really not good. Like, I didn't even like it as a teenager, but as an adult, I'm like, what is this?
As an adult, I'm like,
happening?
Girl, why? Like, run. What are you doing? Like, as an adult, that's what I'm saying.
Well, like, this is not healthy.
He left you in the woods.
Okay, so after I'm done, someone we know, which I don't think I'll finish on sprints, but I will finish probably right after sprints. I will definitely finish before Halloween weekend starts because I don't think that starts until like 9 o'clock my time.
Yeah, it starts late. I think the sprints are at 8.
So 9 o'clock my time. So then I guess everyone has voted, even you, for Eclipse, which is the smart thing for me to do.
Yeah,
it is not the largest book on my TBR, but the second largest book on my TBR.
So I'm so annoyed. I have to go back sometime today and watch the live show for Stay Awake because I actually read that and gave it 5 stars, and then I missed the freaking live show.
Where is she? I was like, me and Hannah were like pioneering the 5-star conversation.
And the thing is I don't know how I didn't see the notification because I was like, I never got a notification for this. So I scrolled through my notifications to see I had missed a notification somehow. And I don't know how I missed it because I was up. It was at like 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock. I was up and I was so mad because I was like, man, the one book that I actually did not DNF for this stupid book club and I missed the damn live show.
It was a good live show. Me and Hannah gave it 5 stars. And most people gave it like 5 or 4.
I gave it 5
stars. And then you had Kaylee at 2.5. Hating it.
You know what, though? That's fine.
Every book is for everybody. I totally, you know what? Like, there are people that will 5-star books that I hate. You know, it's just the way it is. And that's okay.
Listen, if you can make me feel crazy, like if you can make me feel like I'm as crazy as the main person, because she really was, I mean, she had like a mental thing, like she had like an amnesia thing. But like, if you can make me feel like I have whatever they have, it's getting 5 stars.
I agree. Hello. Thanks for joining. It's not Monster, it's Mafia. Den of Vipers.
It's just because it's called Den of Vipers that I keep thinking it's Monster Smut. Okay, it's Mafia. Well, I like Mafia. It's why I read all the. Oh, well, that's fine. But I like Mafia. That's why I read all the Sophie Lark stuff because she does Mafia. Although I can't wait to read Anastasia. I cannot wait.
Hello. Thanks for joining us on your lunch. Hope you have a good lunch. There have been
I'm
like
actually kind of
200
glad
pages. Okay,
that
that's
it's
not smutty, but
covered.
not really smutty. It's kind of like right in the middle.
Because let me tell you something. I'm reading on my Kindle right now. I'm reading Phantom, which is it's part of like a series of retellings, but this retelling is Phantom of the Opera. It's like smutty Phantom of the Opera. And it's a dark retelling, okay? And like the bipolar rep in it is really good because the author has bipolar. So
Right.
she's given the main character bipolar, which it's really good. But like I was expecting there to be more like steam in it. Like I was expecting it to be like there is spice. And like when you get spice, it's definitely like 5-star spice. But I
Right.
was expecting it to like to there to be more scenes of
Mm-hmm.
spice, but there's like actually a storyline, which I'm kind of grateful for because I was like,
I love that.
I don't
I actually
know.
feel like that's like I don't mind books that are like allspice, that's fine. But I do like when there's also a little bit of a plot. Like it doesn't have to be like crazy.
Yeah.
But like
It's
a little bit
definitely
is nice.
like you definitely know that it is a Phantom of the Opera. Like it's based off Phantom of the Opera and they just set it in New Orleans. Like you know that that's what's happening. And but then when the spice comes in, like it's there, but then you still have like dialogue and plot and everything. It's not just like them just rolling around in the sheets the entire time.
Yeah. And I agree with both of you on this with Stay Awake. Like every time she'd wake up and I was so confused, and I'd be like, oh no, she fell asleep again. I'm like, and I'm just as confused as she would be in those moments. And that's what I loved about it so much. I was like,
And I
it
listened,
made us feel how she would feel upon waking up. And I think that was the best part of that, one of the best parts of that book.
And I listened to the audiobook too. So like
Same.
I felt like that really sucked me in because like I'm actually listening to her talking. And I was like, oh. And then she would be like saying that she didn't know what was happening or
yeah. Well, I'd be like,
something
what happened?
that
And then
she
I'd be like,
remembered.
oh, she fell asleep again. Oh no. Oh no.
Stop falling asleep. Just stop it.
We've fallen asleep, and then I'm like, stay awake.
Right. It's very violent.
It's very violent.
Oh,
Okay.
she was talking about this yesterday on My Sprints because she was like eating or something, and then
That's good to know, though. Like, just to go in. Sometimes it's just more like going in, knowing that will make it easier to like handle.
Hello.
Anyway, I'm going to get the sprint set up. Hello, Ari. How are you?
Say hello.
Hi, Brittany.
Hi. We're about to go on a sprint. You want to tell everybody happy reading?
Happy reading.
Hello. We had so many people join while we were gone. So I'm going to just do a quick hi to all the new people before we get started on what we did. Hello, Kelly. Hi, Chris. Hi, Jamie. Secret Stealers. Why do I know this book? I can't think of what it looks like. I've heard the cover before. Heard the name. Then there's Neva trying to get me subscribers. Thank you, love.
No problem.
I appreciate it. Hi, E. Harris. Thanks for joining us. And Alexis, I think you're already gone, but thank you for coming. And how did you do, Neva, now that I've caught up on the hays and the highs?
First of all, hello to everyone. Okay.
Right. I was like, oh, we've gotten a lot while we were.
So I'm on page 422. So I listened to 56 pages, and I was able to bump it up from 2.5 to 3 times speed.
Very nice.
Slowly. I bumped it up to like 2.5, like it was at 2.5, and then I bumped it up to 2.8. Yeah. I was like, let me just see if I can do 3 times. So I'm at 3 times speed. Chapter 44. So
very nice.
Over halfway through at this point.
I only got 30 pages done in that sprint, but there was a few kid things that I had to deal with. So 30 pages I'm happy with how little I actually was reading. I'm really liking this book. Like, I'm really enjoying it.
I'm glad. I'm enjoying this one. This one, unless something crazy happens at the end, this is probably one of the best books of 2022 for me.
Wow.
And I would say probably the best book of September.
Wow, that's exciting.
Right. And I'm not gonna lie, I was skeptical. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I'm gonna do my Sarah J. Maas era here because this is actually a book that Rye gave me for the project.
Mm-hmm.
This one, and then she wants me to continue the ACOTAR series. So I need to read Mist and Fury, which I was told to finish ACOTAR before reading the second one.
Right.
In this series. So that's kind of my plan. I'm enjoying this, man. I'm enjoying it. It's good.
I'm excited to hear it. I haven't read any Sarah J. Maas. I know. Don't come for me, people.
This is only my second one. The only other one I read was the first one. So A Court of Thorns and Roses. That was the other one that I read. So
I think the thing is I really want to read them in publication order, but then I'm like, who has the time to read? There's just so many. There's so many Sarah J. Maas books, so it's going to take me a while. And then, so I keep putting it off because there's so many. And I just need to pick up Throne of Glass. Someone made me read Throne of Glass, okay? I need somebody to like buddy read it with me or something so that I actually read this book.
I'm sort of hoping that that somebody gives me Throne of Glass, not necessarily the whole series.
Or like maybe some channel will do like a read along of it. That would be helpful to me. Can someone do a read along of Throne of Glass?
I'll do a read along.
Like that's what I need. I need something to jump on.
Okay, get them.
I need accountability.
How about this? I can do a read along. I don't know. We can see if it's up there.
I can help you if you do
a read along in December.
Since I'm the one making you do it. We're not going to read the whole thing in a month.
No, but we could do Throne of Glass.
I was going to say, I almost just clutched my pearls. I was like, no, that's not what I meant.
I'm sorry if you can hear this movie. It's so loud. I can do the first one. We can start it in December.
Yes.
Throne of Glass.
Yes.
Because I'm kind of hoping that someone or a bunch of someone's gives me some Sarah J. Maas for my birthday. Like I have it on my wish list.
Are they on your wish list?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, because I think that's my thing is like I have A Court of Thorns and Roses on my Kindle, but I think the reason I don't pick it up is because it's fantasy, so it freaks me out to try to read it not physically, you know? Fantasy freaks me out trying to read it not physically. Because I have this on my Kindle too. And I
wouldn't mind an ebook of fantasy. I just cannot do just audiobook fantasy because unless it's a reread or like a long series that I know the magic system or the world already, because if you read the first book or like a standalone fantasy as just audio, I always go like, I have not comprehended enough information to actually say I know what is happening.
Yeah. See, and I don't have any tabs on here yet because I'm going to probably do a reread of this at some point. But I have been underlining stuff. So even though you guys aren't seeing me like holding the book open, like if you see like me grab it, it's because like I am underlining things in here to remember. I just haven't decided how I want to tab it. So I don't want to put tabs and then be like, what the hell did I tab?
Yep.
But the first 100 pages of this book is nothing but world building, so I had to underline.
Yeah, and those chunky fantasies, sometimes you just gotta like just get through it.
Right, and I'm like, I have the audio for this one now because I'm listening to it, and I have the physical of this and the second one, so I can always go back and like do. I feel like this is gonna be a series that I do a reread of.
Yeah,
and then I'll tab it on my
read. That makes sense. That's why I've heard of it. It's historical fiction. I knew that. And well, I forgot, but I knew it once you said it. Thank you, Jamie.
Like, I love y'all on those.
I know. You're like, it's not my thing.
Somebody would have to be like, this one is really good. And then I would be like, okay, like I would give it a chance. I just haven't really found like The Storyteller by Jodi Picoult. I read that in high school. I liked that. But also I read it in high school. I haven't read it again.
I think like for people who like don't like historical fiction but want to try it, Kristen Hanna's historical fiction, everybody kind of likes, whether you like historical fiction or not.
Doesn't she rip your heart out though?
Oh yeah, you're going.
I have to be in a mindset for that. Okay.
Oh yeah,
I do want to try Kristen Hanna. She just
not her contemporary. Her contemporary doesn't make me cry, but her historical fiction, like her more, although that's her more recent stuff. Like she hasn't written contemporary in a few years. She's pretty much just written her historical stuff in the last few years. Winter Garden, I cried for a long time.
This stuff by her that
I've not okay.
This stuff by her that I've seen has been historical fiction. And so I'm like, oh, we're not going to read that because I don't like historical fiction. But then people are like, well, you have to read Kristen Hanna. And I'm like,
I highly recommend.
Do I have
to? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. 21 pages of Kingdom of the Cursed. Very nice. Wish I had the audiobook. Yeah.
That's kind of how I felt with Crescent
City. There.
And then Jan was like, can I send it to you? Because I have 10 credits. And I was like, if you want to send it to me, I will always take it. Like, I'm not going to ask you to send it to me, but I will, if you're volunteering, sure.
87% of Skin of the Sea. Oh, think I need to read the fantasy books with my eyes. Yeah, it's so hard to read fantasy books with the audio. And it's okay if you're reading with your eyes and audio. Like
I'm glad that I have this because you will see me kind of grab it sometimes and like skim really quick to make sure that I didn't miss something because it's just a lot. Fantasy just has so much information that's packed in that if you're not really paying attention, like if you're trying to listen to the audio like you would listen to any other audio.
You'll be lost. You'll be lost.
And then you're like 10 pages ahead of where you missed something and you're like, what is happening?
Absolutely.
But I do want to read Skin of the Sea.
3 pages of Murder is Binding and Play with the Dogs. Nice. Crescent City is amazing. You concur. Yes. I haven't read, so I can't speak to it, but
so good. So good.
Stephanie's currently reading Throne of Glass. I think I saw this on your Instagram, Stephanie, that you've been working through Throne of Glass. I need to do it. If you do a read along, I will help or do whatever you need me to do. But
I'll probably do a read along just because I think it would be more fun to experience earlier Sarah J. Maas
with versus like current.
Yeah, because like this is like 100% adult. They've been talking about, sex and
oh yeah. Her current stuff is all adult.
But it's all, I mean, this is definitely adult, but I think to explore the YA part, which is Throne of Glass, will be more fun with people, especially since it's like 8 books.
It's long. It's long.
Like
yes, I agree. And always someone else is up for the read along, so
Okay,
I'm glad
we're
everybody.
definitely gonna do Throne of Glass. We'll do it in December. I know December's busy with like Christmas and stuff.
The first book isn't that big though.
I think what we'll do is probably
they get bigger.
Hey, let's read Throne of Glass, and then I'll try to do the live show like before Christmas. Maybe, or maybe we'll do it like we'll do the live show like in like at the beginning of January.
That probably makes more sense.
But then you guys we'll have all of December, because I know people want to read Christmas books too. So then we'll have all of December to read Throne of Glass.
Yeah, I think that's good.
And we can sing Rudolph.
Lots of hellos.
Not right now.
Finishing nope, that's not words. Finishing Air of Fire on Monday. I couldn't say the name of that book for some reason.
That's part of Throne of Glass, right?
Yeah, it's like right in the middle, I think.
Okay.
I think.
Mommy,
No,
do you do squids at Christmas?
probably.
Oh, sorry.
Audio. Romance is my. I am so sorry about this movie. Romance is my favorite thing to audio. I would not have read. I'm sorry to say this. Like I have some contemporary romance on my shelf, but I would not have read as many romance books during rom-comathon if I didn't have the audios.
Yeah,
because it's, to me, like the romance, especially contemporary romance, it's just more fun to read or to listen.
Agree. I like doing thrillers too as audio, just because I think it's not so hard because they're contemporary set for the same reason of like, okay, the setting makes sense to me. I don't have to learn it.
Right. But fantasy is one. So Mariah exclusively audiobooks, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how she does it, because a lot of what she reads is fantasy and it's high fantasy, so it's got world building and stuff in it. Like a lot, it's like different worlds.
Yeah.
Like it's not fantasy that's based in reality. Like it's not fantasy that's based. It's not like Harry Potter, where Harry Potter is based in like the real world with a magical.
No, when you have to learn like a whole magic system or an entire world, like that's complicated.
And I like my audio. Okay, I do, but I was just gonna read this just as a book, and I was just gonna be like, if it takes you a month to get through it, it takes you a month to get through it.
Yeah,
because I read much slower with my eyes with a physical book.
Yeah, I also need to read this one. I don't think I'll get to it this year. I would like to, but at this point, it's spooky books and then it's Christmas. Like there's very little. There's not much time. The year is almost over, and I don't know how that happened.
People are like, "Oh," I'm like, "Yeah, I really want to read this book, but probably not till 2023." So
I've already started to think 2023. Like I'm like, it's well, October's set. November will be basically spooky books, and then I'll start Christmas stuff, and then it will be Christmas stuff, and then it will be the year's over.
They do.
So. Know what happens.
Listen, anything that you can think of, if you think it exists, it exists. Okay, I believe in fairies. It's fine.
Me too. I love it.
By the way,
I have this problem with my library too, Stephanie, is that the wait lists are insane.
Right. I just have to say that this book, if anyone saw me laughing like halfway through the sprint, it's because I am almost 31 years old. Okay, I have like a month and a week until my birthday. It's great. Anyway, I am 31 years old, and I have like stuffed animals and toys and things that like I don't care. Like I literally went to Build-A-Bear for the first time at 30. So
it's so fun.
And I have a Build-A-Bear. Okay.
Yeah.
Dressed up in Hufflepuff gear. It's fine.
Fine.
But in this book, the main male character, so the hero, finds a box of like these jelly plushy things. They're like unicorns and like unicorn Pegasus, like they're stuffed animals. And he's like, "What is this?" And like kind of makes fun of her about it. And she's like, "It's fine, like they're a childhood memory." And he's like, "You're 25." And in this, I'm like laughing because I'm like, I am almost 31, and like
it's totally fine.
if you gift me a stuffed animal, I'm gonna put it on my bed and then it's gonna be displayed somewhere.
Yeah.
Like I want to fill my shelves with like stuffed animals. Like I want stuffed animals on my shelves. So
yeah, I laugh so much at this comment. It's like, who's this person? How do we get here? Yes, this is all fantasy audiobooks ever. It's like, what?
That's
I don't understand.
Like, this one has like demons in it, and I'm like, what are we talking? Where did this demon come from? We were just talking about a different one.
It just takes more concentration to like understand the things. A 10-week wait list. I'm on like a several month wait list for a book on my library. And I'm like, why?
I do too.
Why?
Through Libby?
Yeah, through Libby.
And I'm like, I know there are not this many people out here reading.
What is the one that I'm on several months? And I'm like, that's just mean, y'all. Like several months? Like why?
Y'all can't even give me like.
You can't even tell me an exact date.
Right.
You can't say 3 weeks. No, several months. It's the new Agatha Christie short story collection that's got like all the other people writing Agatha Christie Meg Marple books.
Right.
I'm like, why? Like, why? Look, we have so many people who want to read Throne of Glass with us.
I'm gonna set this up. In the next sprint, I will look at my calendar because
I'm not the only one who hasn't read any Throne of Glass or Sarah J. Maas. I'm so happy about this.
Like, honestly, I jumped on the hype of Throne of Glass, Court of Thorns and Roses when I first joined Bookstagram.
Yeah,
and people were reading it, and it was all over Bookstagram. Like last year, I think.
I'm not the only one. Lots of people haven't read Sarah J. Maas. I'm so happy.
And I was like, oh, I'm going to read this. And then I read the first one, and that was it.
And yeah, let's see what all the hype is like, guys. I agree. See, this is the thing. Is there some books that it's like, I feel like I'm the only one who hasn't read it yet. But then you'll say, oh, I haven't read it. And everyone's like, me neither. Like,
that's my thing.
Sometimes it feels in the book community like you are definitely the last person to ever put your clutches on a popular book. And then you'll say it. And
other people,
lots of people
haven't read it. Yeah.
Well, and the thing is, like, I read like 100 books a year, which is a lot for most people. And some people can read more, some people read less. But like, there's more books coming out in a year than I can realistically get to. So like, I just can't get through it. Like I can't.
And there are definitely books that people are talking about that I'm like, I've never even heard of this book.
Same. I was so excited today. I got my first publisher's email for their influencer to get physical arcs. And you could like pick which arcs you wanted. Well, potentially they may not send them to you, but there were like books that I never heard of. And I'm like reading the synopsis and I was like, I need that book. So then I was like, if you saw my Goodreads, I added like 17 to my want to reads list. Cause I was like, these sound amazing. I didn't even know these were coming out.
I need to find out how to do the physical arcs. Cause I would like to do physical arcs.
You need to have, I couldn't get it for YouTube because I didn't have enough subscribers. But I could get it for Instagram because I had over 1,000.
I'm not quite to 1,000. I think I have like 600.
And then I just messaged Simons and Schuster's Canada and said, like, look, I really want to get on your ARC program. Can I? And they were like, yeah. And they sent me this thing to fill out, like a Google Docs form to like get on the list. And they basically send out 4 emails a year, spring, summer, fall, winter. With these are the ARCs coming out. Which ones are you interested in? And you click and send it back. And they basically say, like, we'll send you some of them. You'll see which ones you get. And I'm like, that's very exciting. I'm very excited. I got the email and I was like,
I'm excited for you, honestly.
I was like, you know, the things, free books, right? Like, can we just say that's exciting no matter who you are?
You'll get that done.
32 out of 110 for I'm Glad My Mom Died. This is on Scribd, if anyone doesn't know this.
By the way, I did finally finish that, Brittany.
I know. We were on Sprint the other day, you told me.
And by the end, I wanted to die. I'm not gonna.
It was a lot. It was a lot.
And like I ended up talking.
So good.
I ended up talking to my therapist about it because like the day after I finished was my normal therapy appointment, and she was like, "I feel like this is bringing out," because I was like, "This is bringing up like trauma that I thought I had already." Through, and then I ended up having to talk to Sam about it, and he was like, "You really," because he didn't realize I was listening to it. He thought I had already finished it, and so of course I finished it Tuesday, I think, or Wednesday, and then we left for our trip Thursday. I finished it
Right.
last week. And he's like, you really finished this book right before we're supposed to go to the place that you grew up? And I was like,
well, it's not like you planned it that way.
right. Because I had started it, 2-3 weeks before, and just
Easily.
not had that time where I felt like I could pick it up. And
Yeah.
then I finished it, and I told him, I was like, I talked to my therapist about it, and he was like, which he has like his own feelings about my mom, but he tries not to talk ill of her because she's dead. But like also, like it just brought up so much. And I remember I messaged you and I was like, I know you're sleeping. But also,
I love you do that a lot, which I always feel like I love that she knows my sleep schedule. She'll message me and she'll go, I know you are asleep.
I know you are asleep.
And then will message me the rest of the message.
But also, here's what I have to say, and
I love
just answer me in the morning. It's fine.
Yeah, and she knows I will, because I'm dead to the world. When I'm asleep, like I will not hear my phone. My phone could go off 1,000 times. I would not be aware.
And Brittany is also up before I am most days. Because I'm
so when I reply, she's definitely asleep. When I reply, I'm like
at like 6 o'clock in the morning my time, and I'm like so glad that you saw this, but also you knew I was sleeping, so it's fine. SJM December.
Oh, see, it's a December read. It's meant to be. Hi, Rainy. I'm so glad you made it, and I'm glad that you're okay from the hurricane. Because I know had the day off together because of the hurricane. Oh, that's so fun. Not the hurricane part, but that you got to spend time together and have lunch together. I love that for you. Not the hurricane. I realized the hurricane was not fun.
I do not love listen.
I just had one myself, so I understand. Me and Rainy are the BookTube hurricane survivors.
I'm not trying to be funny, okay, but I'm sort of glad for myself that I am not having to deal with a hurricane this year.
No.
But also, I feel y'all's pain of dealing with the hurricane because, like, until last year, I lived in Florida for 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was part of at least 3 different hurricanes.
Yeah.
And one of those was when I was pregnant with Ari. So I just slept through the entire thing.
Oh, yeah.
And one was right after Ari was born.
I felt so bad watching Ian hit Florida because it was like watching what we went through with Fiona, except it was bigger. So I felt even worse.
Yeah. And
when Fiona hit us, it was only a Cat 3. They got hit with a Cat 4, almost Cat 5. And I was like,
I've been watching the footage because I know enough people in Florida that like I'm worried about people.
Yeah.
But like also I'm glad that I'm not in it because hurricanes and my anxiety are not a thing that works.
It's so stressful.
It's
so stressful. And I have to say, like, other than being without power for like 5 days, we were very blessed with like very minimal damage. We know like down the coast a little further, they had whole homes swept out to sea. Like the entire home went floating into the ocean. And I just like an entire town went floating into the ocean.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm like, so being, yes, it was bad to be without power for 5 days, but like in the grand scheme of things, we were fine and my house is fine and everything is fine. So, you know, we just have to be thankful for
I was getting the updates for you while we were at my grandma's.
Yes.
And then the hurricane didn't actually hit Florida until after we were home. So Sam has been like worried. Like his dad lives in Tampa. And then he knows that I have people in Florida. And he knows what?
This is very stressful. I just saw this and went, I'm sorry. There's a what now? No. No.
Listen, I thought it was bad enough when I worked in Daytona Beach and a whole crab came into my shop. Like
a crab
under a
I would take a crab any day over a shark swimming through the street.
But a shark? Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. No, ma'am.
But no, Sam was like asking for like updates on your power.
We're all like, no, absolutely not.
A shark? No,
absolutely not. I don't subscribe to that at all. No, thank you. And Rainy, we're so glad that you're okay. And we're hopefully the sharks are nowhere near you swimming through the streets. Because
wow.
Okay, we're going to go into another sprint on that note, which is really interesting. I
can't.
I feel like, what? I think we're both just like...
I'm just imagining a shark swimming down the street.
Same. Same.
Was he biting tires?
Oh,
people's
Jamie, I
cars.
misread your comment. I didn't realize you were in the
Yes, you were
same
Lake
in a
County.
hurricane area too. I hope you are doing okay as well. I hate hurricane season. It's so
Because
stressful.
yesterday she was afraid that she was going to lose power during my sprints. And I was
Yeah.
like, please do not put yourself in danger.
It's literally something from Jaws.
Not Jaws, though.
Stressful. Okay. Okay, we're going to read and just try to forget about sharks, about the new fear that I have just
I didn't even know that was a fear until
of sharks in the streets. Okay. Happy sprinting, everybody. How did we do?
Let me figure it out, because this time I did leave off in the middle of a chapter, which I don't usually do, but it's...
I did too. I was like, where am I? I did 40 pages. So I'm almost done. I have just under 100 pages left. So, I'll finish before 9 o'clock, which is the goal.
All right, so I made it to page 480.
Nice. How many pages is this book?
So another 58 pages. How many pages is this book? Like almost 800. 799.
Oh, so long.
Like technically it's 803, but I stop counting pages once the story ends.
Oh, me too. Yeah.
So because like I
don't count like the acknowledgments. And
yeah,
stuff.
in this one they do number the acknowledgments. So you get like a page and a half of acknowledgments, like you do. So it technically is 803 pages, but the story ends on 799. Right. And the next one is 803 pages or 801 pages when the story ends. So like they're chunky books.
They are so big.
So I feel really proud of myself because I started this Sunday. I read 40 pages. No, leave it up there. And then I didn't pick it up again until Tuesday, but then I was reading it with my eyes, so I didn't really pick it up again until yesterday when I was listening with the audio. So I'm kind of counting this as finishing it in like a day because I only read like 100 pages.
I don't know how you're doing it. So chunky.
It goes fast with the audio. Like once you get past the world building, it like you want to know what happens next.
Yeah. I'm actually having the opposite. Is I found this book really interesting at the beginning because it like jumps right into like the prologue is a murder. Like a kind of graphic murder. Not graphic, but it's like it goes in on the prologue, which I enjoyed. And then the middle has just been a lot of he said, she said, back and forth with the detectives. And it's the same two people that they keep talking to. And it's like they talk to this one, and then they talk to that one, and then they talk to this one, and then they talk to that one. And I'm a little like, something needs to happen soon.
See, and my thing was,
I'm a little bored at the moment.
Yeah, this one, so this ruins nothing because if you read the synopsis, it literally talks about the murder that happens.
Yeah, which I'm told not to read the synopsis of this book because it's like doesn't happen for a while, doesn't it?
So it happens within the first part, I think. But you have to get like the first part itself is like 90 something pages.
Okay, that's not too bad. And then considering the length of the book, something happening in the first 90 pages is pretty early.
So by the end of the first part, it happens at the very end of the first part that the murder happens. Okay. Because you get a lot of world building stuff and like knowing your characters and crap like that. And then you get the murder and then it goes into part 2, which is like 28 months later or something like that. Like it's in the future. And then like it starts to pick up a little bit in part 2.
Mm-hmm.
But it's really at the end of part 2, there's a cliffhanger that you get that goes into part 3. Because yesterday I finished part 2 and then I set it down. And I was like, I'm going to go like watch a show or something. And if I'm still like really jonesing to find out what happened, like I'll pick it back up. I ended up picking it back up last night. Because I was like, well, now I need to know like what's happening.
Yeah.
Like
I don't mind a slow burn as long as stuff is like interesting. In the slow burn, like I don't mind a character focused book, so that's fine.
And this is so chunky that I was like, if everything just happens all at once, like you're not gonna have it. Like there's not gonna be anything for the middle or the end.
Yeah.
So like I am glad, but it definitely was like.
I'm interested to see what you think of the second book because I've heard very mixed things about the second book.
So Mel said she didn't like so. Rye was talking about it because Rye, Kaylee, and Mel were on Mel's Friends last night.
Okay.
And Rye just likes the Crescent City series, period. Like,
Right.
that's just who Rye is.
Yeah.
Mel said that she really liked the first one, but the second one was disappointing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Kaylee liked both. I think
Kaylee likes both too.
so,
Because
but
I think she's trying to convince me to read them.
Yeah, Rye was just like gushing about both of them. She was like, I just like it. Like, I just like it, period. And I feel like Rye and I have very similar tastes in our fantasy.
Yep.
So Mel tends to read fantasy that I don't read, I guess. Like, we don't have the same taste in fantasy because I like fantasy that is character driven. Like, I like characters in my fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
Mel reminds me more of Cassidy, where Cassidy likes the creatures, like the dragons.
Yeah.
I don't really care.
I'm probably like right in the middle. Like, I definitely still like YA fantasy. It's the only really YA genre that I still read.
Yeah.
I do still like YA fantasy, but I also really love like my epic fantasies with like the dragons and I just want I want an author in my epic fantasy that is willing to like take the main character who is the basis and still be able to like murder them and crush me. Like, that's what I want in epic fantasy.
Right.
So I feel like fantasy, and I've only recently, like in the last couple of years, started reading fantasy. So that's probably why I'm still like kind of in both genres of it still. But I'm good either way.
And I feel like epic fantasy, you can have YA that's epic fantasy because
I agree.
The definition of epic fantasy is that it has its own it's set in its own world with its own magic system.
Yeah.
So like Harry Potter is not epic fantasy because it's set in the real world, but it has a magical element. There's a world outside of the real world, but it's really set in the real world.
I was starting to make my list this morning of 23 for 2023. Kind of thinking ahead in videos at this point. And also like, which books do I actually want to read in 2023? And so many of them are fantasy. Like, I was like, what? And like big fantasy series, like Blood and Ash. There's so many.
Yeah.
Wheel of Time. I put Wheel of Time on that list. Please, someone send help.
Listen, I'll read Wheel of Time with you, but I'm gonna have to buy those actual books. Like,
I got the first 3 in a box set on Amazon when they went on sale one time. And then I've been slowly picking up the rest, like because they tend to be in like thrift stores and stuff. And sometimes I can find the vintage covers, which I love the vintage covers when I can find them. 70 pages left. Oh, so close. We're all finishing our books. It's so exciting. Finished another 5% of Crete by Jennifer Hillier, which you need to do by Sunday as I'm co-hosting the discussion. Very nice.
You can do it.
I didn't even know there was a discussion about this. I need to check this out.
Also, Rainey, did you ever finish it? Because I did finish it, and I have no idea what even happened in that book.
I don't think she did, but I didn't think you did either. So obviously I'm not one to go off of.
I finished it on Thursday in the car.
Because if someone would have said, did Neva finish it? I would have went, no.
Yeah, because it was an audio, because I didn't talk about it, but it was an audio. I finished it in the car on Thursday while we were driving. And I did finish it, but like I wanted to die. I have no idea what happened. I gave it 5 stars just for messing with my mind so much that I have no clue what happened.
I love it. 91% have about an hour left. Okay.
Yay.
Uploaded a Hocus Pocus TBR prompts. Nice. That should be up soon. Everybody subscribe to Rainey if you aren't already, in hopes for that video soon. That's exciting.
I realize that I'm really bad at giving recommendations, trying to figure out what to recommend for each of the prompts.
Yeah.
I'm not good at it.
14 pages of a slow burn, tension, and fantasy. I love that. I'm really excited about this series. I really want to read it. Love Crescent City. Still need to read book 2. Hi, Jess. How are you? Thanks for joining us. Oh, pick it up. Pick that
I don't know what this is.
A Clash of Kings.
I don't know what this is. I mean, it's
Game of Thrones.
Clearly.
Clash of Kings is Game of Thrones.
Oh, it is? Oh. I don't know. Do I want to read Game of Thrones?
Yes. Well, it's up to you, but
Here's what makes me angry. Is this series done? Because it's a lot of books.
It's not done. It's only 6 books. But it's not done. I read last year, I decided I'm finally going to read Game of Thrones. I read the first 3 like almost back to back to back. I was obsessed. And then I was like, okay, I need to take a break. So next year I am going to finish and start the new series, which is the one based on the new show is based off of, like the prequel series.
Yeah.
I love them. They're way better than the TV series, in my opinion.
I didn't even watch the TV series because I knew it was a book series, but then I was like, you haven't even finished the book series. Like, how am I going to read this?
Well, okay. And I've heard the series doesn't end well. I didn't watch the ending of the series.
Sam literally didn't end well. Sam literally was like, if you decide to watch Game of Thrones, he was like, just watch like the first 3 episodes of season 7 and then just stop. Just take that as your conclusion.
I 100% support picking up Clash of Kings because if I do recall my scoring system, that was my favorite. Because again, I'm in favor of main characters dying, and just keep that in mind.
I feel like if you're going
to murder them and crush me, same. So I highly recommend Clash of Kings.
I feel like if you're going to write fantasy, period. I don't care if it's high fantasy, low fantasy. I don't care. If you're going to write a fantasy series, you need to kill people.
That's correct. And he has no problems just going, this person is the main character of this book. Let me slaughter them violently. And I appreciate that.
That's what I'm saying. If you're going to write fantasy, people need to die. And don't give me no resurrection trope either. Unless it's something like The Boy with the Lightning Scar, where Harry had to die in order to live type thing. Fine. But don't give me that you pretend like you killed somebody and then they come back like 2 chapters later. Don't do that.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's something that I will say, George, some of the Game of Thrones books, if you see the death, it happens. But if you just hear about it,
it didn't really,
it might have. Some of them, yes. Some of them, no. So you gotta be, if you've witnessed it with your eyes in the reading. Yes, it happens.
The death happened. If I read that someone has died, like you give me.
But if it's like through conversations other people are having that are not necessarily there,
I'm like, okay, maybe they died, but I'm not going to grieve them yet. You know?
Yes, absolutely.
Like he was stabbed through with a sword and dropped to his knees. I'm going to say that he died, and I'm going to grieve that. So if you bring them back, I'm going to be mad.
Yeah. I hear you. For Blood and Ash, I really want to read this. It's definitely going on my list for next year.
It's on my list for next year.
It's adult, and I agree. It's hard to find. Yeah, it is hard to find that in YA. Like someone because they want to keep it like a little bit lighter.
YA
you don't see them like massacring people at an insane rate.
I read my middle grade, like Amari. I know is middle grade.
Yeah, there's no massacring in Amari. I haven't read it, but I can speak fairly confidently.
So I know that when I read this, like it's going to be middle grade, so it's going to be like a happily ever after at the end, which is fine because it's.
Is Red Rising considered YA? I have read Red Rising, but I would not consider it YA.
Red Rising, I think, is considered YA, but people have said that
it must be on the most top end of YA that has ever been.
It's like older YA.
I have read the first book and loved it very much, and I need to continue that series. I only read it this year, though, so it hasn't been that long since I've read the first one. I've not
read this series at all.
It's so good.
I know what it is, though, but
it's so good. And she did not read it.
Okay, well, I finished it, and I just want to say I gave it 5 stars because I knew what was happening in the beginning, and then about halfway through, like 50% through, the king completely lost me, and then I was like, well, I'm just gonna power through. So I listened to it at 3 times speed, and I got through it, but I have no idea what happened. But it's 5 stars just for the ride. I felt like I was on an acid trip the entire time. So, and I've never done acid. It's just what I assume it would feel like.
That's the vibes you got. Yeah. So good. It's still so good. I love it so much. And it's okay. I totally understand Game of Thrones is not for everybody. I'm willing to try it. I really love it.
For
And
Brittany,
yay!
I would try
Red
it.
Rising. I need to read more of this. Like I need to read more because I loved the first book so much. So much. Yeah, no, I've only read Red Rising, but I definitely need to read them because I loved it. But I am a Hunger Games fan, so I'm not really surprised that I liked it because it definitely has vibes.
It does?
Oh, yeah.
Because I love the Hunger Games.
Oh, yeah.
Because I need to continue the
adult, much more adult, much more it is sci-fi, so it's a little different, but it's got the same concept.
Because the Legend series that I had started last month, I read the first book and I need to continue it because it also had Hunger Games vibes, but like the next step. There's a lot more political stuff with Legend, but I really enjoyed the first book. I gave it 5 stars, and so like I need to continue it, but like it's on hold everywhere at the library. So
I think as an adult, I probably would like Red Rising more than I like the Hunger Games, but like Hunger Games is just nostalgic for me.
Same.
So
but with Hunger Games, at least the writing is good. Unlike Twilight. Twilight is also nostalgic for me. I can't get past New Moon. Maybe I'm just gonna skip it.
New Moon's not good.
I'll just read Eclipse because I know what happened in New
Moon.
So
true, Jess. This is so true. It's true. It's great. Highly recommend.
Okay, now I have to read this.
I would, if you read the first one, we can buddy read the rest.
Okay, let me find it.
I would reread it, but like I literally just read it. Like for whatever-a-thon, I read it. Like I just read it.
As I sit here and add more books to my TBR, it's fine.
I have the first Game of Thrones. I highly recommend.
What are we?
But it's not for everybody. I do understand that. But it's very good, I think. Okay, we're only going to do one more sprint because it is almost... Well, that'll take me to almost needing to cook dinner for the family.
Is it this book?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I grabbed it from the library. I will start that.
Yep, that's the one. Look, we have so many people who need to read Red Rising. I'm a big fan. Big fan. So, however, I know someone said, I can't remember who, said they only had an hour. Do you actually only have an hour? Because we can do an hour-long last sprint if you will finish your book in an hour.
I hope you finish. I think Kiana said
I can't remember who it was, but I know someone said it, and I literally made a mental note to be like, this is the last sprint. But if you can finish your book in an hour, I'm perfectly okay to make it an hour. So, like, comment in the comments.
I think
if you want an hour or 45. Kiana?
Yeah, I think
Kiana let me know.
She's reading the mermaid book.
Oh, yes.
Black
yes,
Mermaid
yes,
book.
If you only need an hour, I'm totally okay to do the last sprint as an hour. Let me know in the comments. Yes, it was her. See? I was like, someone said they only needed an hour. So if we want to do an hour for the last sprint, let me know in the comments.
I'm down.
And I will change the timer.
Also, Jess, I'm excited to hear my thoughts too.
Me too, because I really like it.
I'm actually gonna do weekly vlogs for October.
Well, you've recently kind of started to like sci-fi, so I think.
Listen, me and Andy Weir, we've been vibing. Okay, I gave The Martian 5 stars. Remember? Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's coming next week in a vlog. Okay, this vlog has been like my God. And then I'm also listening to Project Hail Mary because I'm working on 2 secret project vlogs at once. So I'm doing this book and Project Hail Mary, and I'm vibing, bro. I'm vibing with Andy Weir. So I might be a sci-fi girly.
I mean, I didn't like The Martian, but I did really like Red Rising. So we'll just, although I will say I didn't read enough of The Martian to really have an opinion.
I'm telling you, do the audio.
I know you keep telling me to do the audio. Maybe we'll try it sometime.
Because I mean, he still talks about the poop potatoes, but like at least with the audio, it goes a little quicker.
I love the poop potatoes. Okay, so we're gonna do an hour last sprint. Because everyone in the comments is like, yes, please. So that's what we're going to do. Oh no! I love to sleep in a sea of stars. That's okay. That you connect it though.
I'm telling you,
she's chunky.
You can only get the audio on Audible, but I'm telling you, if you want sci-fi,
it's on YouTube.
Oh, and YouTube. So The Martian and Project Hail Mary.
Both of them are on YouTube.
I don't know who narrates it for YouTube, but I know that if you get it through Audible, it's Will Wheaton audio, like he's the narrator for The Martian. I can't remember the guy that does it for Project Hail Mary, but his voice sounds familiar to me. Like I've heard it before.
Yeah.
It's not Will Wheaton though, it's somebody else. Do those.
So I don't know who does the YouTube ones because the only reason I know they're even on YouTube is because Pat was like, they're there.
They are on YouTube if you want to listen to that.
They are on YouTube if you need them as well. Okay. Let me get the sprinter thingy up. I've changed it to an hour already. Look at me.
Good job.
I'm on top of things today. Okay. Happy sprinting, everybody. How did everybody do? I did not read for most of that. I scrolled on my phone, but I read a little bit. It wasn't a complete loss.
I made it to page 563.
Oh, you're doing so well.
So another 83 pages.
You're reading like tons, and I'm like, I scrolled my phone.
I really feel like the only reason I'm getting through this so quickly is because of the audio. Because I do still have to open the book to make sure I'm not missing things, but I have this much left.
Oh, you're so close.
So my goal, I'm at 70%. It says I have 2 hours and 39 minutes left at 3 times speed. So when we get off here, I'm probably just going to finish this so that I can, oh my God, throwing things, so that I can start hidden pictures on, I don't know who's doing sprints. I think Lexi.
I think it's Lexi's tonight.
Yeah.
I think they're all Lexi. I was gonna say I was waiting for other
Lexi's channel, right?
Post, but I think they're all on Lexi's.
But
they start at 8 p.m. my time, so they start at 7 Eastern.
And I still have to do the pick a book in the dark prompt, but I'm gonna ask Crystal. I'm probably gonna stretch it, because my room doesn't get dark enough for me to actually pick a book in the dark. I think I'm just gonna let Ari pick a book.
What I did was I put 6 books out on the table because I wanted to film it for the vlog that will be coming at some point for Crystal Lake.
Yeah.
So I put 6 and in the dark, you're not gonna be able to see it. So I put 6 out and then basically just covered my eyes and closed them and had my mom move them all around.
And then pick that
and then I just picked one with my eyes closed. Exactly. Because I was like, I need to film this, Crystal, and I can't film in the dark.
Well, Ari likes to pick my books for me.
Yeah.
If she could pick every book that I read, she would. I would not let her, but she would.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about just setting out 6 books and then just kind of setting the camera up so you can see her, but me leave the room so she doesn't have any influence, And I'll just leave the room, and then when she's picked, then I'll go with whatever book.
Makes sense. I'm actually excited to start at 8
for Camp Crystal Lake. So,
did you know that tomorrow's 24 hours sprints for Crystal Lake? Not tomorrow, October 1st, but it starts early. Okay. So it's midnight, October 1st, BST. So it starts at 7 p.m. your time.
Oh, 7 p.m. my time.
Tomorrow.
Okay, I'm going to go find that so that I can remind myself because...
And they're going for 24 hours, but on a couple of different host channels, how Becca does it for Bookopoly. Yeah. They're going to hop.
Well,
but they're starting on Barb's tomorrow night.
I love them, but I will not be staying up for a full 24 hours.
Same. But I'll be going to a lot of it because, I'm going to try and I'm
going to hang out.
I don't want to miss that because I'm doing Crystal Lake, but I also want to do Halloween weekend. So I'm going to try and dip into everybody's sprints a little bit.
I'm kind of going to dip into everybody's sprints. Plus I have to run my own sprints.
Do you have sprints this weekend?
Saturday.
Tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow I'll have sprints during the day, and then Saturday I try to do late night sprints.
Oh, right on. Well, they'll be done by Saturday late night because they stop at 7 on Saturday.
I will have sprints during the day tomorrow, but I can just pop in other people's sprints. It's not that big of a deal. I do that anyway.
Exactly.
And then I'm trying to decide if I'm even going to try to do.
I have Sunday sprints. This weekend is the sprints of all the sprints.
I know, right?
There's so many sprints this weekend.
I'm really trying to decide if I'm still going to do 24-hour sprints this month because I don't know how that's going to work since I do it usually Saturday to Sunday.
You're going to overlap with Halloween weekend no matter what. Unless you do it. Yeah.
And the people that I invite to be on, you could be on there with me if you want.
Well, really, the only people that you invite that are going to be on Halloween weekend are Michelle and Lexi.
Right.
Not Kaylee or me or Rainey or.
So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my feelers out. I'm just going to put it in the group chat that we already have and be like,
and Michelle and Lexi are not going to sprint the whole day.
Right. So
I'm going to do 3 or 4 hours.
I'm going to be like, is anyone willing to participate in this with me? if we do it this weekend, because I do like doing the 24-hour sprints, and I think people like our, you know what I mean? Like, it's part of my channel at this point.
I think so as well. And I like doing them. So it depends on what weekend you're doing them, but I can maybe be on more, like just knowing that you're going to have less people.
So I know Rainey won't be able to participate if I do them.
I love how we're like trying to plan 24-hour sprints when we had a hard time planning an hour-long live show this month. Can I just say? Like, everyone doesn't know, but we had a real hard time picking the Finley live show date. It took us a minute.
It took us a grip.
It took us a minute.
I was thinking about doing the 24-hour sprints. Well, I can't. Well, okay. So me and Rainey are doing on Saturday. We're all doing for whoever is participating. We're doing the Hocus Pocus watch along thing.
Yeah.
And then on the 29th, we're doing the Hocus Pocus 2 watch along.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about doing the 24-hour sprints.
Are you looking at like the 15th?
Either the 15th or the 22nd. If I do it on the 22nd, Rainey won't be able to participate because her family's in town.
Yeah.
But if I do it on the 15th, Rainey could still participate.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, and Kiana's like, I like the 24-hour sprints. Everybody likes them because I
also think just for you, like, it's good watch hours, good for building your thing.
Yeah.
I think for you to lose it, like, it doesn't make sense for you to not do it, but it's up to you, obviously, whether you want to do it, because I know it's hard, because certainly I'm not sitting here going to be up for 24 hours. So, you know, I can't make that decision for you because it ain't me doing it.
I think I'm going to run them on the 15th, from the 15th to the 16th, so Saturday to Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever wants, even if people just jump on for like one sprint, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Or if no one shows up and I'm just
here by myself. I will tell you right now, I will show up. So like, don't be concerned about that, because
I know you'll participate still. It'll just depend on what your schedule looks like, how long.
Yes, because once I know if my son's with his dad that weekend, I can be on more if he is. So it just depends on, because our weekends, like, it's supposed to be his weekend, but so was this, but he's taking this weekend anyway. Our weekends are messed up because of the hurricane, so we have to get like back into
your groove.
Yeah. So at this point, I don't know.
So I think I'm gonna run them from the 15th to the 16th. Yeah. I'll throw it out into the chat and be like, hey, I'm still going to do 24-hour sprints. It's part of my channel, whatever. If you want to participate, let me know. If not, that's cool too. So we might just have less people. And I'll reach out to a couple other people to see if they, like, I'll reach out to like
Paige too, like get Paige in.
Yeah. And Paige is still in the group chat.
Like we're gaining more and more bookish friends. Like we need to make more book friends is what we're learning.
We have a whole community at this point.
There's so much, and that's the thing. Like, I think it's okay that there's more stuff. Like, I'm excited when there's a lot of stuff going on in the weekend. It just means there's more to do, like, as a person going in the chat and in the comments. Like, I'm not like, oh, there's too much. No, I think there's so many people in this community that just want to have fun on the weekends and participate that I don't think there's really ever too much.
Right. I don't feel like BookTube is oversaturated because we all do different things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people can pick and choose what they want to do. And I know, like, with the 24-hour sprints, there are a lot of people that are on the opposite side of the world.
You hit different time zones with that.
Yeah, that will comment and be like, hey, I was looking for sprints. It's 7 a.m. here. Thanks for doing these. And I'm like, no problem.
Yay, Kiana, I'm so glad you finished your book.
I'm glad you gave it 4 stars.
And 4 stars is awesome. Read it with your eyes for the second one.
That's what she was saying. She said she kept having to go back in the audio because she felt like she was missing stuff.
That makes it hard.
9 pages.
9 pages. Love that. 43 pages, Clash of Kings. Love it. Yes, I find books with nature are best to physically read. Sometimes the audio can gloss over the trueness of it. That's so true.
And with a physical book, I feel like you can go back, like you can pause in a physical book. Like you can read it and then kind of like
digest it.
And when you're listening to an audiobook, especially a fantasy audio, it just like they say it and then we move on. Like there's no like taking it in, you know?
I agree. And also if you want to reread something, you can. So much easier with a physical book. Like if you just need to like, wait, I didn't quite catch that. Let me reread that line.
Right.
Caraval. I've never read, but I've heard really amazing things. And Stephanie right underneath said that it's one of her favorite books of last year. So that's exciting.
Yeah, I want to read that too.
Oh dear, we have a lot of comments. I didn't realize how behind I was. I thought I was getting to the bottom and I was like, oh no, never mind. Senior review, happy reading. Yes. But first I'm getting Chipotle. I wish we had a Chipotle. I love Chipotle.
Chipotle is great.
I wish we had one. Anytime I go where there's a Chipotle, I get Chipotle. I like the 24-hour sprints too. Yeah, I think if you want to do them, I think you should.
I think I'm going to do them. I'll just throw it out in there. If people can't show up because there is a lot going on, that's fine. Like, I'm not going to be upset. You know what I mean?
But you also have like your core group, like in your comments too, that are going to support you because they're your core group.
Right. And I think
like everybody does, like Michelle and Lexi have their core group. You have yours. Like we all have kind of like people that are,
and some of our people have bled over into the different communities. I haven't announced this, like it's not like an official announcement. I've only announced it in sprints, but I did go ahead and set up a Patreon because people have asked about one.
What?
It's one tier. It's one $5 tier, and I'm not going to like add more tiers right now.
I love this.
But it's one $5 tier. You get like a merch discount. You'll get my videos starting in October will be early access. So you'll get them probably at least 48 hours before they actually go up. There's some other stuff. Oh, extra sprints. Like once weekly, we'll do extra sprints and I'll have people vote on it, whatever. But Kim was the first person to join the Patreon. She joined it yesterday.
I love Kim.
And she was like, I joined your Patreon. And I was like,
she's just like the best hype person that is out there sometimes. Like, I just love, actually, we have so many good hype people. Like, Pat is like also like, I just always can count on Pat to be like, hey, I love it. We have so many awesome people.
I agree, Jess, with this. So my channel started with only sprints. I think the only video I had up before I started sprints was the BookTube newbie tag because I was like, I don't know what to film. My setup was trash, like at first.
It's hard.
And so I was like, I'll just do sprints. It's fine. And I think the first like 3 or 4 videos of sprints, like the only people that came in were Michelle and Lexi, and they literally just popped in and were like, we're so proud of you, and then left. And that was it. And so there was a long time where it was just me, just sitting here staring at the camera like a weirdo. And then people finally started coming and like hanging out with me. But that's why that's why I just refer to everyone as my friend. It feels weird to be like my subscribers. Like,
and especially the people who come to your sprints like all the time. Like you actually get to like know. I talk to a lot of these people way more than I talk to people that I actually like know in my real life.
And I talk to them like on like in Instagram. Like if you have messaged, like if we've talked either all the time in sprints or outside of like a YouTube video, like we talked in sprints or in the DMs on IG, like we're friends now. So.
Exactly.
Yes, I saw
Rainy, I relate to this. It was even just listing all the readathons I was doing at the start of my video was like excessive.
I'm doing 4 readathons and I didn't even break down the 33 books into which readathon they fit into. And that
I didn't either.
And that 33, that October TBR video was still 30 minutes long.
No.
And I edited it and it was 30 minutes long. So.
Somehow I got mine down to 14 minutes. I think I must have just give the most concise. Like I was like, I can't tell you everything about these.
I literally said that. I would like hold a book up and be like, I have no idea what this book is about. So
yeah, I couldn't. I know I join sprints depending on my work schedule. So the more sprints, the better. I agree. And I think sometimes there's no sprints. So it's just, it happens. Just, put up sprints and people always show up usually.
Right.
There's enough people in this community to fill everybody's comments to some extent, and it's fine.
I do this also.
Yeah.
I pop into bigger, like Katie Colson is one. She always has like 500 people on her sprints, which like is great. But sometimes I don't vibe all the time with the bigger sprints where they have like hundreds of people in them.
Yeah.
Because like you don't know me. Like I'm just a face in the
Same.
scene. You know what I'm saying?
Same.
And so I'll be like, hi, just wanted to show support, give a like, and then jump out because I just
Well, and sometimes those ones can get really hectic too. Like they're hectic. I couldn't even, although as a person, I'd be like, I know I have struggled keeping up with the comments for like 30 people or like 10, 15 people. Like I can't even imagine what it's like with that. Like you might as well just give up. Like I can't even imagine. I cannot even imagine.
Yeah, Rainy,
I don't even know.
Feel like I had enough people either. I have 209 subscribers, I think. But I had like 3 or 4 different people that were like, do you have a Patreon? And I was like, no, like I only have 200 people. And then Sam was like, you should just do one. He was like, just do one tier.
Yeah.
Because if people are 212 subscribers. So people must have subscribed.
You're doing so good.
Thank you so much.
And Jess, we're so glad. I feel like your vibes really fit us too. Like I know she's new because I've never seen her in my comments before, but I've like, I love it. And definitely feel free to check out Neva's channel too. I know that I linked her.
I love when I see new people in either sprints that I'm on, like yours, or my sprints, because then I'm like, welcome, thank you so much for hanging out. Like
I know, it's like new people, it's new friends. We're like new friends.
And I got so many new people in the 24-hour sprints at like 2 a.m.
Well, and that's why I don't think you should not do it, because again, I don't want to also make you stay up. So please preface that I'm not the one staying up. But it really like gets you into so many other people.
And I also think it's like a staple of my channel because I did it as an experiment. The first time I did it, I just wanted to try it. And I was like, if it doesn't go well or no one shows up, like I won't do it again.
Well, and I just mean like for logistics, like it helps with like subscribers, watch hours, like all the things that, I figure
if you can deal with me on 24-hour sprints at 2 a.m. when you've never seen me before, like you are just,
we're going to be friends.
Stick around forever. So
absolutely.
I did this too.
I will be truthfully honest.
I've stretched so many prompts.
I didn't do this.
I did. That's why I have 30 people.
I have a reason. Oh, that's not true. For your guys' readathon, I did repurpose some.
I repurposed.
However, the reason is I'm doing exclusive vlogs for both Camp Crystal Lake and Halloween Weekend. So the books had to be different.
So with Camp Crystal Lake, that was the one that I was having problems with. And I was like, but my readathon, mine and Rainey's readathon, the Hocus Pocus, starts at the same time as Camp Crystal Lake.
Yeah.
So I was like, I can at least double up those.
Yeah.
Because then I'm just reading one book for both readathons.
Yeah.
Where it got hectic was with Blackoween-a-thon and also with the weekend, Halloween Weekend-a-thon, because Halloween Weekend starts tonight. Yes. And everything else starts on the 1st. So I was like, how am I going to do this?
Yeah, I have no double ups between. That's true. Okay, so that's a point. Is I have no double ups between Halloween Weekend and Crystal Lake, but my other readathons I am doubling up. So that's true.
And I'm so glad that I decided to do Vlogoween instead of doing individual vlogs for each readathon, because basically what's going to happen is you're just going to get like Vlogoween. Like right now I'm doing Vlogoween week 1. That's going to have whatever readathons start in week 1. So from yesterday until Saturday,
I just saw Rainey's comment at the end, and and I was like, she wasn't here during our beginning of us all trying to figure out what we were reading tonight.
I'm reading this tonight.
We are reading. I made everybody else choose for me because I didn't want to choose, and they chose Eclipse. So I'm starting Eclipse tonight.
I'm starting hidden pictures. So.
And Stephanie, I agree with this because I feel like when I go in the smaller ones, I actually can, and it's something that I think cognitively that I have tried to do as I'm building my community to try and still connect with people, like even if, you know, there's more people to connect with.
Yeah.
I think it's just making a conscious effort. However, the people who have like 600 to 1,000 people in their sprints, obviously it's not.
You're going to only remember the ones that show up all of the time.
All the time.
Yeah. When you have that many people. But that's
Absolutely.
why I've said, like, if I stall out, like I said, like, oh, I hit 200. And I made a comment that obviously I'm over that now, but I made a comment that, like, if I stall out at 200, at least I know that I have like a community of people that are my friends at this point that like I talk to all the time and all of that stuff. So like it's not a number thing for me, which is why like my Patreon, you can set goals based on like how many Patreons you have or how much money you make. All of my goals are set based off of community. So it's based off of how many people we get into the Patreon and not off of like the dollar, because I don't care about the dollar.
Absolutely. I love how we are too. We all joined Crystal's team.
Listen, Crystal,
she was like, "Are you joining my team?" And I was like, "Yes." Don't worry.
She threatened bodily harm, so I was like, "Yes, I'm on your team."
I love her. I love Crystal. Crystal is so sweet. Like she's just like the sweetest. I think. Honestly,
she was one of my first.
Neva, tell people about your readathon, please.
My readathon is the Hocus Pocus readathon. It is hosted by me and Rainey. It was Rainey's idea. I'm going to be honest. And there, I have an announcement video on my channel. Rainey has an announcement video and a recommendations video. I do not have a recommendations video up yet because I've realized that I suck at giving recommendations. But I did do my TBR Hopefuls, which is 33 books, and a lot of those will fit the prompts for Hocus Pocus, so I think that's just what we're gonna use for recommendations.
Go with it.
We do have links to merch, and we also have an Instagram and a Discord.
There you go.
Hocus Pocus theme. There, I think I said that though.
The Fish Creep and Hidden Pictures, amazing.
Yeah, Fish Creep. And I got this from Lauren. Lauren sent this to me from my Amazon wish list, and like I'm so excited to read this because like look at these pictures. All right.
Oh, so nice.
They're creepy pictures because they're supposed.
But
I
love when a book is illustrated. Like I just find it so fun.
To be drawn by the child in the book, and I am.
They are creepy. Those are creepy.
I am ready. I'm gonna light a candle and have like a drink.
I love it. Southern Book Club's Guide, nice. I haven't actually read a Grady Hendrix before. But I am reading Final Book Support Group this month because it is the group book for Crystal Lake. Or not Final Book Support Group, no. My Best Friend Exorcism. That's what I'm reading.
Also, let me know when you want to start Home After Dark.
So whenever, because I have, well, no, not whenever. That's not true. That's absolutely.
Because it works as a host favorite for Halloween Weekend-a-thon, so I'm reading it for that.
Okay, got you. Probably not for like, I need to finish. I really desperately need to finish my Beartown vlog next week. So after that, so maybe like the week after that, not next week, but the week after.
That's fine. You just say, hey girl, I'm starting this, and I'll pick it up.
Thank you.
Because it's on my Kindle, so.
Thanks. See, I it must be an Audible exclusive because I can't find the audiobook anywhere, which is sad.
For what?
Home Before Dark.
It probably is.
Yeah,
everything's not exclusive. They like to annoy me.
So tonight's sprints for Halloween Weekend are on Lexi's channel at 7 Eastern. Then let's just continue with this. Neva, when do you have sprints this weekend?
I have sprints tomorrow. They start at 11 a.m. and they'll run until y'all get sick of looking at my face. And then I also have sprints on Saturday that will probably start at 9. I usually start them between 9 and 10, but I'm probably going to start them at 9. And we usually try to go till midnight for the Saturday sprints.
Yeah. So. And then which they are not scheduled yet, but they will be shortly. I will have Sunday sprints as usual at 9 Eastern, 9 a.m. Eastern on Sunday morning with the lovely Rainy.
We could start it at 7, Rainy, for Saturday for Hocus Pocus.
There you go.
Are we doing it live? Are we gonna sit on Discord? Not Discord. What am I talking about? Are we gonna sit on are we gonna do a live stream for that and then just watch it? You do have, just for everyone to know, you do have to have, we say this in the announcement video, but you are gonna have to have Hocus Pocus like on your end. Like on Disney Plus, obviously, but you'll have to have both.
You need to have Disney Plus to watch
and
it.
Hocus Pocus 2 in order to watch it. So Rainy, message me, and then we'll probably each post like a short 2-minute video on our channels like tonight or tomorrow, announcing the time and everything, and then I'll make sure to put it on Instagram as well.
Anyway, with that, my food is almost ready, so I'm going to go and eat it and leave you all. But thank you for coming today. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Neva, for coming. If you aren't subscribed to Neva, she is in the description. I did remember. It's amazing. It's a miracle, really. And thank you so much for coming. And like we both have sprints this weekend, so if you want to see our faces again, come and see us. Bye.